Hello and welcome to AUTOMAT Live-Coding. This is the stream where we write AUTOMAT, an application that can control other applications. It looks like a little bit like Incredible Machines. It's a white canvas where you can put different machines, connect them together, and they can do stuff like a timer, which sends a signal, and that signal can be connected to another object, and so on. So it's a very simple environment for creating arbitrarily complex machines. We have a few objects here. Right now we're working on optimizing this, because AUTOMAT, it renders fine, but it's not super efficient. When we started, we had FPS around 30 or 60. Like it was barely matching the screen refresh rate. Now we're slowly improving the caching of textures. So now when we have objects which are rendered, see in this console on the bottom, you can see what kind of widgets are being rendered. So when I mark a section, and for example I try to grab this and move it around, we are not redrawing any textures. I can move this around on screen, and only when I scale it down or up, this is when textures are being redrawn. So I would say this is fairly fast. Like, we still have to fix the zoom FPS. When I zoom in and out, the FPS drops like crazy. But it's doable. We can do this. Actually, there is a simple way to fix the zoom. I could even show you. We could put a return here, right? So that's one. Now a lot of things have broken, but the FPS improved maybe a tiny bit, but the true improvement will come from disabling this. So now when we change the scale of the object, right, we have decent FPS, like 100, and now we can zoom in and out, and it's super smooth. The problem is now when we zoom in, you can see the objects are kind of pixelated. And we unzoom, I don't know if you can see this on the screen, but there are some aliasing artifacts right now, because we don't have mip maps. Yeah. So generally speaking, we can actually reuse textures and just rescale them to different size and get super smooth zoom behavior. So code to do this is not hard. The difficulty is to actually trigger redraws at a reasonable pace. So we actually want to do this redraw here. It's just we don't want to block like the world. Like, we don't want the full render cycle to wait until we are done with this single texture. We can use the alt texture just fine. So today we are going to keep working on cache invalidation. I wanted to finish this yesterday. I did some work, so now we have toolbar. Toolbar now works smoothly, it doesn't clip the objects, and it goes to sleep, importantly. When I stop moving the mouse, the redraws stop. All right. Okay, there are two very easy things that we could fix: flip-flop and key presser. Let's start with that. So let's try to create an issue. So here we have a timer. Here we have a flip-flop. We can connect one to another. When I trigger the timer, it can hit the end.
Zion and team just followed on Twitter.
Thanks for the follow, Zion. So timer now send the signal to like the flip-flop object, but the flip-flop object it just didn't woke up. It kept using its old texture. Should be easy to fix. Whenever we receive a signal in this object, we should just invalidate the draw cache. Okay, this is on run. I guess that's it. We are basically done. So now when I connect the flip-flop here, I start the timer and it should, yeah. Okay, it wasn't quite what we wanted. We also need to invalidate this button. So flip-flop has this icon. So this is what we want to invalidate. Sorry, not icon, button. Let's see now. Okay. And I can send another signal and it should disable itself. Okay, I moved my mouse. Cool. There are some, so when I see those redraws here in the console, I would say they last too long. Expensive redraw of location delay. Okay, we will fix that in a moment. But okay, doesn't matter. Flip-flop is fixed. Now key presser. Key presser has the same issue. Let's get rid of that. Let's put a key presser. So this is something that should press the, let's say, tilde. So now I run this and it was activated, but I had to move my mouse over it for the for the hand to change. So the key presser object, this is how it looks like. It derives from a couple of classes, and it has one widget inside, shortcut button. Actually, we don't need to invalidate that. We only need to invalidate this when we change the key. Actually, when we do this set label, what? So key button, we have set label. So where is this set label defined? Here we are going to do invalidate row cache. Okay, so this is one place where we have to fix. It didn't work. I want to see if this code path, see, it has to be triggered, right? I don't know why it's not invalidating the global cache. Click. It should invalidate the cache. So there is, so one potential reason why this might not work is that key label widget.
Knight says,
Hey, everyone.
Hi, Knight. Sorry, I've added some new music, but just a couple more new minutes. Like, finding new music is hard. We have some power metal, this one. And the next one, APL Code Golf. Okay, this is not power metal. It was prompted to be power metal, but the music generation AI generated what it wanted to generate.
You can play Scott Buckley again if you want.
I don't trust this because Scott Buckley, he makes Creative Commons music and he doesn't like restrict his, it doesn't claim this music for himself. So there are random companies which claim this music and send copyright strikes. So playing Scott Buckley music, unfortunately, is not safe on YouTube.
I understand.
And those are just scammers. If YouTube fixes this issue, then yeah, and then it's going to be fine. We can go back to playing Creative Commons music. Okay, I know what's the issue. So this widget doesn't actually have the visit children kind of implementation. So it's implemented in a slightly hacky way. We'll fix that. Okay, we need to get a span. We are doing some weird stuff with those child widgets inside buttons. So normally here I would just call draw children and be done with it. But it seems we are actually tweaking them a little bit. Oh yeah, we are doing this translation here. Very interesting. So we have a function to draw the button face. So the typical draw function that we would have here has been broken down into a couple of separate components so that other classes can customize how the key widget looks like. So I think instead of child, we will have just nothing. There will be no child function. Child bounds. Nope, none of that. Yeah, I know it breaks a lot of things. This is interesting. It's going to be... So in the function that's going to give us a list of widgets when the button is in the field state. So toggle button can have two children.
Litfit says,
We're trying to AUTOMAT beat CAPTCHA.
I didn't get that. AUTOMAT.
I mean, do you try your program to beat the CAPTCHA anti-bot system?
So I had a friend who, in 2007, she used to worked on, I think, reCAPTCHA team, and the paper came out which showed that actually bots are better at solving CAPTCHAs than people. After which she kind of changed teams because she decided that CAPTCHA doesn't make sense. And CAPTCHA doesn't make much sense. I mean, the way that CAPTCHA works is just it increases the cost of manual abuse because automated abuse. Okay, maybe those advanced reCAPTCHAs could be harder, but they should be totally doable with AI. And you have like
187. Official says,
Hey Jay, bisna robota.
Thanks. So reCAPTCHAs, so the hard reCAPTCHA I think are those, right? And I think this case could actually be, you just have to remove the white bars and drop this into this meta segment anything. Yeah. and you just select what kind of you want to select. And it's Meta basically created an AI for breaking CAPTCHAs. But if you want to spend time on those things, like breaking CAPTCHAs, there are probably better things for you to do. Like, because this is really... Breaking CAPTCHA generally... So if CAPTCHA is used to, depending on where CAPTCHA is used to, if it's annoying, the better solution is probably to like replace the service that's using the CAPTCHA. Like, it's a much better time investment. I mean, to create your own version of whatever. Whatever service you want to kind of use.
What graphic card do you have?
Pretty insane. Does NeoFetch show the GPU? It does.
LitFit says,
What do you think about climate change?
This is not super related to AUTOMAT, but yeah, I'm slightly concerned. More than slightly, probably. I don't even find climate change an interesting topic, because, like, what is even there to say about this?
Knight says,
When I checked now, your stream notifications are not visible in the activity section of Algora. However, you do appear on Algora's Twitter account.
Oh, by the way, I guess I should drop a message on the chat. Thanks. Yeah, this is exactly what I wanted to kind of write. Oh, by the way, I guess I should drop a message on the chat. Thanks. I cannot mute this. Yeah, this is a new kind of website. It still has some issues probably. So I should drop the mute site. Okay, we have this draw button face function. I am going to remove this pointer here. So we're changing the API quite a bit. For a reason. for a reason. So the first step in refactoring is to get rid of all of the errors in headers. Once all of the headers are kind of checked by the compiler and the API makes sense, this is when we can skip to this stuff. Child bounds. Child. I think it will be helpful to
There is an activity section on the Algora homepage. I meant there, but they share you on Twitter.
I actually tried to look at Algora code. I'm just not. I never used Elixir. By the way, just from reading like the first description, I can see that this is a perfect language for writing like online applications, like Algora. So Erlang, if I remember correctly, Erlang VM is based on agents which send messages to each other. It's I like Erlang a lot. I don't know the language. I know how it works in general, that it tries to like restart services that are crashing. It does a lot of message passing.
I agree.
Yeah, web development. Fun language. I was looking at this because I wanted to add like the chat hooks so that I can integrate Algora with the chat overlay.
You should start twittering your stream announcements.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea, yeah.
The Doom says,
It's so nice for managing huge R clusters. They have really good RPC integration for scaling.
But are you talking about Elixir or Erlang?
Elixir.tt.
It's funny when I just when I look at this code, it reminds me a lot of CoffeeScript, which was just a wrapper around JavaScript with slightly different syntax, like very concise syntax. Like this is CoffeeScript equivalent JavaScript. It may be a little less readable at first, but after you like recognize some patterns, it becomes just super concise. Like it's actually more readable because it's concise.
It even supports live code patching over RPC directly within the code, since it's just a VM.
Nice. Or if you like hot patching, Python also has this. So the way you do this is when you have a module, like a loaded, right, imported. There are probably many different ways to do this. I remember a different one, but you can call reload and it kind of reloads the module and keeps all of the other modules loaded in memory. Just fun kind of trick.
Didn't know that. Thanks, that's useful for long-running script to reload some business layer code live-coding.
Yeah, and the trick is that when you have a Python application, you have one module for holding the state. So this is where you keep all of the variables. And one module with code. And it's also often nice to have like a higher level module, like framework. That just restarts broken components and the code module holds logic. You can even do this on file refresh. So when a file is saved, you can try to reload the code module. So you can have literally live updating Python programs. Okay, I see some similarity. Here we have a function which changes the color of the child object and draws it. And here we have another which seems to be identical, almost.
Knight says,
As I saw on Algorand's Twitter account, it looks like your live stream notifications will start coming soon with the new update.
This is the foundation that makes Algora TV, I guess, right?
Litfit says,
Is website's developers still working in industry?
Knight says,
Algorio.
Oh yeah, I'm close. I could actually go there. Can I somehow save this? Yeah. Nice. To get rid of this error here, I will add a new function to set the label.
Post below the event in Poland. You're in 2.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I really should kind of unblock Twitter app on my phone. That's so nice.
Dano on 187, official says.
Polska Gore.
Okay. So this is one file without errors. We still have a lot more to go. I'm afraid it's a bigger project. But we can do this. So we've added this visit children function. Similarly, we should have this transform to child. This is roughly how it's going to look like. So we will get the child dimensions, and then when we draw the object, this is going to be interesting. So the reason we have difficulties here is that toggle button can have kind of two children and it can switch between them. And it uses this funny clip to render like animated transition between them. So when we have visit children, probably visit both of them. Yeah. The dog can do this for a long time. It's not my dog, by the way. It's actually a long way from my house. So we will get rid of this. And this. This is another way to implement the child transform. I want to save this. It's a reference, okay, it has to be function. It has to return control flow. These child bounds. Yeah, the same here. Actually, we don't need that one.
Some carrot first followed on Twitch.
Hey, thank you for the follow. I'm trying to figure out how can we render a toggle button, because the way we do this right now it's very ad hoc. Hey, how are you?
Some carrot VV says,
Yo, how are you?
Danaoni 187 official just followed on Twitch. Danaoni 187 official says,
Hi,
Some carrot V says,
what are you making?
Hey guys. So this is what we're making. This is an application for controlling the desktop. It used to work until we started optimizing it a couple of streams ago. The idea is that we can put objects here, like a macro recorder. I can start it, and I can press a couple of keys. And even though you cannot see it, those keys are connected to those tracks. Like, this is a bug which we caused recently. There is a connection there anyway. When I play this macro, it can actually move like the window. And, oops, shouldn't do that. Anyway, if I play this macro here, it can also send input to other apps. So, like here. And it can actually do stuff. It was able to farm some experience recently in Black Myth Wukong. But if you have like a grindy game where you have to repeat the same action over and over, this is like an easy way to kind of automate this.
Danaoni 187 official says,
WTF top?
Thanks. So it cannot do really that much. So far we can press keys. This is key pressing. We can react to hotkeys. I can have a hotkey, for example, like F1. Now when I press F1, it's going to press F. Right. On my keyboard, it actually translates to a slightly different key, but that's the idea. Things are broken. It doesn't look the best right now. And you can get rid of that maybe. Yeah. I'm thinking how the toggle object should look like. So toggle, for example, this is a toggle button. When I click it or release it, you can see this wavy animation going up and down. The wavy animation actually switches between two different kind of widgets. So there is a button and it has like filled yin-yang and then empty yin-yang. How do we draw children? So we iterate over child widgets, compute some transforms, and then call draw cached on the canvas. So hypothetically, our toggle button could apply its clip here. I think this is the way to go. So we'll do a bigger refactor now. We will get rid of this mixin and just make it part of the button object. Constructor is empty. We are not going to have toggle button. It's not going to be a button anymore. Okay, let's call this toggle button, whatever. It's going to have child off and child on. The constructor is going to be similar to that. Headers. First we should fix headers. So maybe we could actually inherit from button. Multiple inheritance is terrible. That was a mistake, but it's too late now. So I need to somehow pass this child into the, like this power SVG. In here. I think we can bring those functions back now. That should fix some errors. But this, we will do this differently. Okay, I'll be right back. think the only issues we have now are related to the toggle button. I think we should use this trick with clipping here. I'm trying to come up with a good name. So we have draw cached. Now, in our toggle button, Yep, we will do that. About those things, I actually think we should go back to a widget.
I'm playing Ghost of Tsushima now.
Nice. Is this Souls-like?
Alright, that was... oh.
Looks fun. I like games with good combat mechanics. I'm not a big fan of animation locking, which is common in Souls. In terms of combat games, this is one of my favorite ones. I'm very bad at it, but I like it.
Ale fajna.
So for those combat games, Automat can do actually very little, at least right now. Maybe eventually it will be able to, I don't know, like drink potions for you or stuff like that. But the best I could do is... But Automat is only useful if a game is badly designed. Because, for example, if it forces the player to continuously grind XP, or to perform the same repeatable kind of sequences of keystrokes. This is what we can automate. When the game actually requires thought, like choosing strategy and this kind of stuff, then we're not at this level yet.
Yes.
In terms of order, I think we should have stable order. First on, and then off. Wow, button is tiny, 24 bytes. Anyway. I'm afraid we need something different. Those two buttons are pretty much identical. They just do their job in a slightly different way. Okay, headers look fine. Now we should fix the... Okay, headers don't look fine. There is still some issue. No mixins. Could get rid of them. This one is used in just one place. We already have it here. Okay, the children of toggle button are not transformed, so this is going to be empty. But this is where we will apply the clip. Like that. Okay, so those are the simple cases. When the toggle is empty, we just call the draw cached of the specific button, and this is going to be the interesting case. We don't even need the else here. We essentially need to copy this whole thing. So this is the code which does the funny animation, the waves. This is where it happens. Actually, we don't even need those. And the cool thing is that we should be able to delete this now, completely. Oh, no, we need that. We need this animation. We don't need that.
Knight says,
It would be good if you centered the frame. I have a thing for symmetry.
Like that.
I meant your camera.
Oh.
Nice to you.
So we simplified the code quite a lot. Now the toggle button contains like 2 buttons and it toggles between them. So when it's being drawn, it animates the kind of filling process and calls draw children. And when it draws like a specific child, it will apply a clip. I'm just not super sure if we'll definitely have new bugs now. Absolutely. Okay, now we have to update all of that.
TwitchD says,
What would you recommend to someone who is afraid of sharing their ideas because they want to get published and want credit for their idea, but they don't know if their idea is good?
This is a difficult problem. I know what you mean. Really, it's even hard to give advice in this field without even knowing more, but you probably shouldn't tell more because that's the reason for not sharing the idea, right? So generally, if you can write an article about something and publish it and get like ISBN number for whatever you know, wherever you write this. So something like a scientific article, that would work. There are plenty of journals that can issue ISBNs. And the reason for that is that, or you can also not share the idea and you can play with patent applications. Depending on where you are located, probably in your country, you can submit patents. And depending on the area, where you work, if this is, for example, like a mathematical idea, those cannot be patented, but by showing published work, you can prove that you have been the first to kind of introduce this idea. If this is about getting like social credit, then actually the situation is even more difficult because it doesn't really matter who comes up with the idea, it only matters who popularizes it. So just creating something new, writing it and submitting it to some like library will just make the idea kind of obsolete. And the next person who kind of popularizes it will be kind of credited as the author. It has been like that forever. So probably the most foolproof way is to getting quote rights
Dano987 official says,
You play PS5?
publish in not official but in legally recognized house. Getting bragging rights is like talk about this a lot. Like Twitter, social media, presentations on conferences, those are completely separate things. Like so not copyrights but also patent.
TwitchD says,
Thanks. And what about crazy ideas?
Dano987 official says,
Damn.
So there is one trick for getting visibility is competitions. If you can go to a competition, for example, like game jam. This is a good way to kind of start. I have some friends who wrote a game where you could like stop a time and the time would move only when you move. And that game was super hot. It's probably less recognizable today, but a couple of years ago it was a fairly kind of recognizable game. And they started as at a code jam. So they kind of implemented this. Probably they had the idea before, but they implemented this on code jam, in a single day. Then they spent the next 2 years polishing the game. They released it, and it's a cool game. Cyberpunky, very cyberpunky.
TwitchD says,
Oh, it's literally called Super Hot.
Yeah.
I thought you meant it was very popular. X died.
And the reason they have those ugly guys is because this was like the easiest, kind of simplest model to get working. Yeah.
Danaioni 187 official says, TwitchD says,
Thanks.
So here we should have the activate function.
Your friends that came up with Super Hot were ahead of their time. Unfortunately, that's another problem with ideas.
Yeah. So any lawyer will tell you that just an idea, or lawyer or an artist will tell you that an idea cannot really be kind of owned by anyone, except patents. Patents are the only exception to that. Even in art, if you have like a very specific style, or like if you come up with a very cool composition, then you can then you cannot really protect that.
Danaion 187 official says,
Twitch died.
TwitchDig says,
Patents aren't even part of reality. It's just a construction humans came up with to protect themselves from other people.
Yeah. I actually really dislike patents, even though this is like the only way to kind of, in some situations, like make money on your ideas.
Patents are a symptom of the problems in society.
Yeah, but patents are slightly harder than, for example, copyright, because in copyright, I think there is this kind of idea that an artist creates a lot of works and is expected to create more as the time goes on. So copyright could be replaced with just, how do you call this, mentorship or not? How is the patronage? Basically fans of the artist can kind of in scientific kind of designs, or technical designs, and patents are like for technical stuff, are kind of one-offs. Sometimes, you know, you spend your whole university, you kind of trying to come up with some ideas, and you may have like a couple of them, but only one of them will kind of turn out to be good.
Daniel187 official says.
GOAT.
Twitch Date says.
Copyright patents about to get steamrolled with LM's bitch.
Oh yeah. I imagine LLM-generated patent applications. Especially, yeah, absolutely. I imagine people getting banned for like filing auto-generated patents. I don't know how to pronounce this. How do I pronounce this?
Knight says.
This elixir is truly impressive. Just now, while watching you, the page refreshed on its own and a new update came through. It works entirely in real time.
Daniel187 official says.
I design graphics for Steam.
Tadoom says.
Would be funny to just go over each released research paper and formulate a troll patent application. That patent's a part of it.
Actually, this is probably like this is one of the conditions, like for filing patents. If there has to be no prior art, which shows this, and like a research papers qualify for prior art.
They'll never find out if you tell your LM to write the patent application like Shakespeare.
Okay, refactoring complete. Now to bug fixing.
Twitch state says.
The thing with ideas is we assume they're unique. Every idea has already been thought of, Imo, or very close to it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Twitch just followed on Twitch.
Hey, thanks for follow.
Testowanie polskiego text-to-speech.
So Polish language doesn't work. It could work because this library, I guess it supports Polish. Let me try this for a moment. Yeah. So theoretically, I could.
Proszę ja polskiego, ale gorcej nic tai po angielsku.
Volume, where is volume? Nowhere. Okay.
Testowanie polskiego text-to-speech.
Sorry if that was too loud, but yeah, there is a switch in the TTS that allows different
Knight says.
language.
Enjoy your meal. Is that cherry juice? Testowanie polskiego text-to-speech.
Twitch Days says.
What TS program you using?
Danaon 187 official says.
Polski 100 Angielski 55 priority.
And by the way, there is a hidden website. So if you go to this automat.org/live in the account section, you can copy this kind of command, paste it to the chat, and then you can change your voice to. There are a bunch of voices here.
The turtle was
Hadoom says.
Auto-translate to English would be a cool feature.
Yeah. I'm slowly kind of improving this website, but it takes time.
Danny on 187 official says.
Watch time.
My bot unfortunately doesn't understand too many commands. The only command it understands is exclamation login.
Twitch Did says.
Gotta walk dog. Hopefully you're still here when I get back.
Huh, we're just getting started for today. We don't have the shape function implemented. Just one error. One compilation error. We will have linking errors in a moment.
Knight says,
Enjoy your meal. Is that cherry juice?
So this is actually beer, Karmi. This is like no alcohol beer, but this one is with coffee. I guess this is sold everywhere around the world. Maybe not this one, but...
Testing voice. Nice. Up you.
Yeah, I'm still trying to add more and more kind of features to this. Yeah. Okay, so we have this overridden class, and we have to, I guess, provide a pass-through constructor here.
Thanaeon 187, official says,
Maybe. RTX Intel processor. Top speed.
I heard about those CPUs called Threadrippers, and I wanted to get one, but they are just so ridiculously expensive. That would be like the best combination, Threadripper plus high-end GPU. So if you want to get like top speed, then yeah, Threadripper.
$60K how?
Okay. Do we need virtual base constructors? I removed all of the mixins, so we shouldn't need them now. Okay, we don't. Nice.
i9-14900K comp box, MSI, GeForce RTX 4090, Gaming X, Trio 24BB.
Yeah, this is, I guess, as high as you can go with consumer hardware. I want to get rid of those mixins, they are annoying.
All by MSI dissing White Dragon.
Oh, I see. This timeline run button has multiple children. There are like 3 different values. But we can make it work. We just need a separate one here. So we need to create something like a run button, but with different children. Maybe do I store this radius? I'll be right back. I make some tea. Okay, we can continue. So, we have this pesky timeline run button, which it's a toggle button, but not quite. It is a free state toggle button. I guess I could take this and put this in the button base class. So the first argument is on. So it's going to be this one. The second is going to be this. Okay. So many pointers.
Better21 just followed on Twitch.
Hey Verta, thanks for the follow. We are almost done. Almost.
Better21 says,
Hey, cool music you made. Man of many talents, it seems.
If you want, you can also make some. I have some queued kind of to add to the stream, but I haven't kind of came up with good names for it yet. So really, the music is... I would very much rather play Creative Commons music than AI generated. Unfortunately, all of the free music is abused by copyright trolls.
I'd count one May says,
Just showed up in here. What are you programming?
So we have this kind of environment for writing macros. But instead of writing macros in like normal, like a text-based language, like superhotkey, for example, if you know superhotkey. Or AUTOhotkey.
Better21 says,
It's creating decent synthwave then. All I saw with Suno till now were some weird songs roasting someone.
Yeah. So this is an application that can like press mouse buttons, keyboard buttons, and it can react to hotkeys. And it used to be functional like 2 weeks ago, but then we started optimizing it to squeeze more FPS, and we're still stuck doing that. So the application used to draw everything kind of... Okay, I cannot really rebuild it because it has compilation issues right now, but the way it used to work is it used to render everything on every frame, which worked, but it resulted in fairly low FPS. So on this scene with a couple of objects, we were getting like 50 FPS, if I remember correctly. And now we are rendering each object into a separate texture. So there are very few redraws. So if you look at the console at the bottom, right now there are almost no redraws. When I move the mouse, for example, over a button right here, there are some redraws because, yeah, the objects are being scaled, or I am hovering over an object, so it has to highlight. But it's way faster now than it used to be, and it's going to be faster yet once we finish. Yeah. It became clear that we are doing some silly things, for example with those toggle buttons. Yeah, we're going to fix it. Let's go to colored button. Let's create a second constructor here. That was a very important line that I forgot about. It's cool. We have it now. Is it worth it? Okay, last bug. We don't need that. This should be side button. Now I think compilation issues should be gone, but we still have to... Okay, there are still some. But we still have to deal with linker issues. This is the last place where we have virtual inheritance. And we're free. Probably don't need that. Hey James, thank you for the sub. It seems I don't have the YouTube subscriptions hooked up yet, but I just saw a notification on my phone. So those functions will be inlined, so they will disappear. Okay, so we have to invoke the base class constructor here. Makes sense. And those things we don't need at all. Cool. So this is a toggle button. Flip-flop button inherits from toggle button, and it also inherits the constructor of the toggle button. I think we don't need to do that. Oh yeah. And those have to be buttons. It's not super pretty. Okay, so what symbols we are missing? Just two. Okay. I like that. I think this should be no.
Tadoom says,
Telling an LM to prompt itself so it naturally converses like a Zoomer RN. Let's see how good these small models are at this. I should probably leave this one without implementation. That should probably be equal to 0, but this one just feels right. Toggle button, because it toggles between two different buttons, it sends the signal to whatever button is currently active. And the last one is timeline run button. Okay. This is how we will stop the playback. Where was this?
Let's do that. Cool. That should link. The question is, okay, will it run? It does not. It crashes. Let's try debugger. This should not work. It's nice that it does. Okay, so it's crashing only in the debug build. Okay. So we've added some basic debugging information to AUTOMAT, just so that we have line numbers. Come on. This is weird. We should get Let's put G here. How about the default build? Unfortunately, default build works. This has to be related to those arguments. Switch to 03. So I know what the issue is about, I just don't know where it happens exactly. We are just not initializing some variable. There's always this issue. The only thing which can be different between those two is the different initialization. This flag causes the issue. D and debug. There we go. Yeah, timeline here is null.
Knight says,
Will you attend the conference in Krakow?
I will think about this. I have to look at the dates, but I would like to. So probably, yeah. Let me check. Oh, it's like tomorrow. Yeah, I guess I could go. Let's see. Oh, this is WebRTC Development Conference. I thought this was related to like Algora. But actually it starts today. So no, probably not. talks sound really cool, by the way. WebRTC is a powerful API. I mean, the technology underneath is very powerful, but the API is terrible. It's so convoluted.
Tadoom says,
WebRTC is nice. I really like Video Ninja.
Knight says,
Yes, he will also give a conference at Algora.
Tadoom says,
You can directly stream from that website to Twitch via WhipWhip 2.
Wow.
Knight says,
12th. Dotty.
Kind of expensive at this point.
Tadoom says,
It's also a very easy way to get your cameras, screens from your mobile phones directly into your application via a provided library.
I will take a look at that.
Too cheap.
Better21 says,
Lol, wait, you have eyeball tracking. I thought those are mouse clicks.
And there is this eye tracking. This is kind of very weird. I don't see it, by the way. It's only in OBS. But when I had it on my screen, so there is this funny effect that when your eyes, they have those micro fixations. They look at a specific point and then they jump. And your brain actually does something weird when your eyes move, because it, for just a couple of milliseconds, it blocks input from the eyes when they are moving. So between fixations, you are blind. And it's crazy because when you have this like circle, like the eye tracker, you see it where you look at it. Then when you look somewhere else, you don't see it move, but it's always there wherever you look. It's always just waiting there. You see that it's gone from the previous location and appears, just at the location where you look. So the movement is totally invisible to you. It's very, very weird. And yeah, sometimes it appears in some places before you even think about them. Which shows that there are some subconscious kind of processes driving your eyes. Which, it's just a little bit creepy to see it yourself. This looks like a really good conference. And WebRTC also has this, it's like, because WebRTC can be used not only to stream video, it can also be used for peer-to-peer data connections. Yeah.
Tadoom says,
Really interesting for real-time applications that are truly multi-platform.
So maybe next time, but the conference looks very, very nice. And Video Ninja, I will check this out of stream. Looks interesting. To be honest, when I looked at WebRTC a couple of years ago, the API was very clunky. The browser was kind of letting you stream video, but the way to access, the data streams, it was just very, it felt like the browser is doing everything it can to prevent you from streaming data over WebRTC. That's the feeling I got. Oh yeah, I wanted to fix this here.
Enumerate just followed on Twitch.
Hey Enumerate, thanks for the follow.
Knight says,
It might be good for you.
Enumerate says,
Hello, nice to meet you.
I know that's right. It's just, you know, it's tomorrow. I mean, it's today, kind of. So it feels kind of late to jump in now.
Knight says,
The founder will also be speaking. Probably no one else will be there besides you. Maybe they have sent you an invitation link via Twitter.
No, what do you mean? There is plenty of people there, definitely. And it's not an online, right? It's not a live stream. Oh, but I guess I will sign up for the newsletter.
Actually, you could go to represent Algora.
I don't think I'm kind of like in a position to represent Algora. I mean, it's a company that I like. I'm a fan of Algora, definitely. But I don't work there. I can get rid of this widget.
But I see they shared you on Twitter. I think you are valuable to them.
So my guess is that Algora is going to get popular because Twitch is not really that great at live coding streaming. They will definitely have like plenty of streamers. It's just a matter of time. Do you know how old is Algora? Because to me it appears like it was launched like weeks ago at most.
No, maybe 1 week.
The code was pushed 7 months ago. First. So WebRTC, like looking from the perspective of AUTOMAT, WebRTC is relevant for a couple of reasons.
Some streaming platforms provide grants to certain streamers just to have them stream exclusively on their platform.
So WebRTC is important for like a couple of reasons. So reason one is AUTOMAT needs to be remotely accessible. Because, and this may seem weird, but it actually makes perfect sense. When you have like a machine that you want to automate it, quite often you don't want to have to go to this machine and manually kind of control it, to set up scripts locally. So the plan for that is to create a web-based renderer. It's actually not that far away because we are using Skia. Skia just makes this very easy. Maybe not very easy. Maybe not even easy. Skia makes this possible. It's going to be hard. But without Skia, that would be just dream. And WebRTC could be one approach to this. WebRTC could be like an important component for that, because there are many pieces in AUTOMAT interface. Like all of those we can draw. Those commands can be literally sent over to the client. But if we have a window, for example, from the desktop that we are capturing in real time, that has to be streamed, and WebRTC seems like a reasonable kind of platform to do that. Because not the peer-to-peer data transfer, but the video layer. And there are other pieces of the WebRTC stack that could also be used in AUTOMAT, but the main one, like WebRTC, could also be exposed. As a set of objects, of widgets. But this is maybe for later. And this remote access, I'm still very far away from that. So I kind of expect that eventually, like as WebRTC is kind of maturing, like the API will evolve. So, because a couple of years ago WebRTC API was just terrible, it's probably still not great, but I think before we get to the remote streaming, like it will be like maybe a year from now, because there are other more important things to do in AUTOMAT besides like remote access. So WebRTC is not really high priority yet. Okay, I did remove align center. And we don't see anything here. And also here. I mean, we see this is a good widget. Because we see fragments of it, of the widget. But okay. Let us go to GUI button. Yeah, we need to implement this function. Okay, first we do that. Maybe I have to flip them, but one of those will work. This is like my best approach for working with matrices. I just try all of the variants. One of them will work. Now I have just two. Okay, this is properly centered, this is centered. Nice. It's weird that we don't have any text here. Maybe let's try fixing those missing numbers in a number button. Or no, maybe in key button. Key button seems like a better thing to fix now. So in key button, the text is slightly offset from the center. I can do that. Okay, now it's properly centered. The text is clipped. We don't want to have clipped text. Now we are not using textures, so the text is okay, it's actually still clipped. It's a different one. It's called key label widget. Okay, and the clipping is gone, at least part of it. The text is still outside of the bounds. This one is strange. Okay, it's not strange anymore. We can get rid of this function. So nice. Cool. So we have numbers. I guess we could fix the colors on those buttons and the missing buttons in a couple different places. Let's start with colors. So we are specifying bad color here. I could just change that, but there is a different piece of code which should override it. Shape widget contains path mixin. Sorry, paint mixin. Be right back. Okay. So there is this. Okay, wait a moment. Huh, I'm not calling this even. Yeah, this is what I have to do. How did I forget it? Anyway. Yeah, now we have correct color. Whoa, what happened here? So apparently this is the default color, this strong orange. Maybe this should be black. Okay, so regular buttons seem to be working fine. We have a problem with toggle buttons though. I see that this toggle button is missing, this toggle button is missing, and this one as well. Hi.
Decrease says,
Hello there.
And I have no idea why they are gone. I mean, I have some. Let's close everything. Because the issue is probably here, in this function.
Knight says,
Hi, Beakry Twine.
The TTS just fails. Yeah, visit children, this is what we want.
Decrease says,
Hello, Knight.
Yeah, that was weird that we forgot about this function. Yeah, and there it is, our toggle button. Oh, it looks so bad.
Sunny 187 official says.
For Godzinki Ju wow.
You should take a look at like Stream Archive, like some of the files are 22 gigabytes. 8 hours. Yeah, sometimes we can sit for quite a long time. Okay, so here I see like so many issues, so many issues. So let's list them, maybe. So shadows are clipped. Then clicking I would like to also check this one. What's that? Okay. This is an interesting case. But yeah, also this one doesn't really change. So shadows are clipped, clicking doesn't toggle anything. Yin Yang is a rectangle now, somehow. The icon on the yeah, I would say fairly significant issues. Let's try the clicking first. So this is the action that we want to implement in the toggle button. Toggle button for some reason doesn't have it. I have this idea. What if we don't do that?
Tadoon says URL, URL.
We designers in shambles. A side-by-side view of a skeuomorphic UI element. A simple button representing the face of a green alien cat in an on and off state. Both buttons are identical, except the on state is glowing in a soft pink hue. The off state is gray on black background.
Flux is good. Yeah. I think I will train Elora for Flux, actually, to prompt it in a nicer way. For example, recently I found, where was this? Yeah, this one. This, for instance, looks like a nice, it was clearly AI generated as well, but looks like a nice kind of reference image. Yeah.
Oh, that looks really good.
I am collecting those. Yeah.
Still prefer the tag-based style of prompting with attention shifting for tokens. Someone released a new clip model that's even better for Flux as well.
Is it working? Yeah, it's working. I have a tiny pipeline and I've been setting up those LoRa blocks, like where I can enable or disable specific LoRa's. So this is stylized to be like a 90s photo shot on an amateur camera. So you have those light artifacts. I bet we could train our own LoRa for skeuomorphic, like for good design, for good skeuomorphic design.
Ema checks Civitai to see what has been done so far. Cursed lull.
Yeah, sometimes this happens. But, right, this looks like an amateur photo. And now we bypass this LoRa and generate another one. I don't know why it's so slow, typically Flux is way faster. Well, yeah, I guess it's because TTS. I also have TTS running in the background.
URL.
Hyper LoRa for Flux.
Oh, this is for faster inference. Nice. Yeah, baseline Flux. It looks so much professional, but sometimes we don't want professional.
URL.
Better clip encoder for prompt adherence, better text.
I think I already used that. GMP Vital. So how does that work? They take, this is probably older than, okay, no, this is fairly fresh. So they take flux, they generate random images from various classes from ImageNet, and not ImageNet. ImageNet is a network architecture. This is not the benchmark. No, this is image database. Okay, I was wrong. So they prompt it to generate, and then how do they actually fine-tune it? I really don't get this graph. This looks like a graph that you would get out of a classifier, not from an image generator. Okay, this is some creative training, I see, but I still don't know how it was evaluated. I'm very careful about trying just random changes in this field, because there is a lot of situations like that, when somebody makes some experiments, finds, for example, like a month ago there was this big rush on, it was when Stable Diffusion 3 was coming out. Like a bunch of people were thinking that Stable Diffusion 3 contains censorship layers. So they were trying to disable some layers and hoping that it would kind of make the model uncensored. Which really doesn't make sense, because the model is not explicitly censored, it just didn't got any training data for the censored categories. So, Stable Diffusion 3 can be fine-tuned. It doesn't have any, DRM built in. And just the amount of people who were talking about like disabling those layers to remove protections, it was like all of the top threads on Reddit were about exactly that. And this doesn't make any sense. So I am very cautious about doing stuff like that, especially when you see graphs. Okay, maybe this one will be better explained.
Pretty much like Flux.
Yeah, but the loss on those image generation models, you don't calculate it using, ImageNet precision. So ImageNet is a classification database. Those models, they do not classify anything. So I think the author of this, he probably created something that fine-tunes the embeddings on some synthetic data set. And those are his classification results on this synthetic data set. It doesn't mean that the images will be better. They may be better, I know, in this specific test case. But the test case is, when I look at this, it looks kind of weird.
For the clip encoder, I believe.
Yeah, so my guess is that the author actually didn't use Flux anywhere here. My guess is that the author took some image classifier that also uses ClipL text encodings. And fine-tuned them to improve the classification score. Or maybe not. Maybe I just have to read this paper. So GMP sounds like a normalization.
From my limited testing with 5 minutes per image gen lol, it seems to mess up text and generated images a bit less, but it also can change the style a little.
If I correctly understand, this is a mechanism to prevent. So there are some crazy things happening at the first couple of iterations when you start training a neural network. I think so they are trying to, I think in this approach they are switching from dot vectors to some polar representation, like they say. I don't know how this would influence embeddings themselves. Okay, this looks like the explanation.
Funny how you can exploit these models. There are so many interesting ways.
This is very cool. I don't see, like, there are some tiny differences, but again, I have no idea what are in those pictures. I still didn't saw the explanation of the training process. That was a fun attack, and he's making the model not look at text. I don't see how the different kind of normalization would affect text. Yeah, this text, the attention to text. But like a big kind of highlight of this is that, yeah, just a GPU is enough to do all of this work. Still, I did my kind of work a couple of years ago, so before the GPT became a thing. but it was completely, like back then it was even possible to do like work on a CPU. You didn't even need a GPU. But GPU was like 40 times faster, so it was nice to actually use that. You know, I am very, very suspicious of this change, because it's easy to show graphs that show improvement. You just don't explain how you train, how you generate your training data. And like explaining the problem and method somewhere here, it just begs to kind of explain it. But instead it's like a blog post, like a series of blog posts concatenated, not even blog posts. So we would have to actually read the code to see how the training data is generated or optimized, and this is just... Let's go back to widgets and change this to virtual. So we need that. No. We'll do it differently. Okay, so when we create, for example, this power button, we will, this colored button has actually no action hooked up. Just a different way to construct the object. I think we could get rid of this activate function. Instead, we should attach events to the buttons that we are passing to the toggle thingy. Yeah, so bye-bye activate, and this should break the compilation, because there are plenty of places where we depend on that. It's fine. We just need to find those places. Put all of this code here.
Twitch Deed says,
Got a link to your thesis? Is that what you wanted to work on?
Let me check. So I don't have it online, but I can... Do I have this online?
Or if you can't share a thesis, what was the main idea?
I can share. The thesis is in Polish, but there is a summary in English, the abstract. The idea was that when you have a language model, this language model, in addition to telling you what the next token is going to be, it also tells you like this probability. And the idea was that you look at how fast people are typing text, and this allows you to connect the probability. It allows you to convert this probability into time, how long it would take to type the same text. So if, for example, you have a completion, I know, we have plenty of completions, like this one, the model would calculate how long it would take for you to type this, and it would do two things. It would look at the probability estimate from the language model and the probability of failure, like because it's possible that the prediction is incorrect. The idea is that based on those times, you can guess whether it's worth to complete the text or not. Because you can see how much time you would save the user. You can calculate the expected time from that. You know, the probability of success times, you know, the time that you save the user plus probability of failure times the time that the user would lose if they have to cancel the completion. So, yeah, that was the idea.
Pubbing says.
Hi.
TwitchDeed says.
Algorithm for whether to show completion or not.
Yep, kind of. I can share this.
Marfel says URL.
Yeah.
TwitchDate says.
Why were you interested in showing completion?
Actually, this topic was not like the first topic that I wanted to do the PhD on. But originally I wanted to work on not programming, not source code, but on natural language. And I was very interested in paraphrase generation. So paraphrase generation is... Paraphrase is a piece of text which has the same meaning as, you know, the original source text. It was, however, that was like around 2014, and like the state-of-the-art techniques back then were based on recurrent neural networks, so LSTMs. There was some attention at 2014, but transformers were very, very new. I think they came out at that year or even before. So
Where are you live?
TwitchDate says.
Summarization.
Pubbing says.
Where are you live, bro?
Hey Kabing, I'm from Poland. Anyway, at that time I did a presentation to Polish Academy of Sciences about my, you know, results, and the audience was actually filled with like language processing experts. So they weren't very, you know, ecstatic about the results, because LSTMs and neural networks, they can fill the gaps in text, you know, with similar text, but they are not very good at maintaining the same meaning. So the paraphrases that I was generating, for example, if you had like a long political speech, if you had a long political speech, I was able to like replace part of this speech with a different text with the same meaning, but meaning was very loosely understood.
Zuzius Pataska says.
Simca.
TwitchDate says.
Oof. Talk about ideas ahead of their time.
Zuzius Pataska says.
No, Chud.
TwitchD says.
The fundamental issue is we don't have a definition for meaning. This is still truth in 2014 and 2024, a decade later.
Yeah, and actually that was the point of my PhD, because I came up with a decent definition that I wanted to kind of put to a test. And the idea is that if you have a piece of text, so original idea, this is not part of my PhD, this was actually scrapped. But you have a piece of text, and then you can have a possible continuation. So let's say you have an original piece of text. From this piece of text, you can generate hundreds of possible continuations. By the way, LSTMs are very, very cheap. They are like orders of magnitude cheaper than transformers. So I could generate thousands of them. Now, let's try to create a paraphrase. Let's say you create a paraphrase of this text. You send this text to a neural network, could be a transformer, you get a paraphrase. So what you do now is you take those thousands of possible continuations of the original text and you concatenate them to your paraphrase. And you get thousands of, paraphrases plus some older continuations. You can then evaluate them and estimate their probability. So, for instance, if you have like an original piece of text which says that Ronaldo scored 2 goals in last match, and then you get like a continuation which says the final result was three to 1, for instance. And then when you want to paraphrase this, like this is just one continuation, you would have like lots of them. Your paraphrase could be, for example, so this is a potential paraphrase of this text, right? But the problem is it doesn't maintain the original meaning. But when you append the continuation from the previous piece of text, it turns out that this sentence doesn't make much sense, and a model can actually detect that. So by appending the context, you can detect when the model loses the meaning, right? So this approach would basically discard this continuation. And the idea was very, very close. There is this very basic idea in language modeling that so what is the meaning of the word? The meaning of the word is how it influences the words around it. So this is a very kind of statistical, very empirical approach to meaning. But the idea was to extend it to sentences, so that when we have a longer piece of text, you can ask yourself how this longer piece of text affects the text before and after that. And this is something that could be possibly used to, force models to teach models what is actually important in text so that they maintain the meaning.
This is really interesting. The problem is, in the LSTM-MO, we're implicitly hiding the problem of no definition of meaning behind an LSTM. Yeah, but so the idea was like that, and I was experimenting, trying to, force LSTMs to generate text that actually transfers the original meaning. Maybe this would work with transformers, I don't know, because I kind of switched to a different kind of idea.
So I switched to kind of those automatic completions. And actually, this abstract doesn't even mention like the main contribution. It's badly written. The main contribution is actually this. But yeah, never mind. I think many of the code completion systems, they could benefit from like automatic completions. Doesn't matter.
Alright, thank you. Unfollow channel, so hope to catch you again sometime.
Cool. See you around. We can try to hopefully
Tadim says.
Oh, sorry. No, I'm still kind of streaming. I was saying bye to Twitch TD. We have to at least fix the buttons today, because it's just... We really need to get this optimization out of the way, because optimization is boring. We want to do other things. Okay. Let's bring back the activate function. We will just not mark it as override. I feel like we are breaking more stuff than we are fixing. This feels like Lisp now, the amount of parentheses. Okay, something is happening. Did I what?
Kamil Zaksuski says,
Make.
Thanks. I was... Yeah. It eventually had to happen, right? I was talking that it slowly starts to look decently.
You're welcome. Oh.
Let's put the colors in the right places. Let's see if yin yang is fixed. Okay. We will take care of that. So this is fixed. Now let's take a look at the direction of the shadow, because this is just crazy. Okay, texture bounce. Our toggle button also needs texture bounce. Which could be the same as the on field. Cool. Now the shadow is not clipped. It's just the direction of the shadow is weird. Okay, maybe we can just put a minus here. Looks better.
Tadoom says,
Looking pretty good. That's fast.
I think some of the things have improved. I like this shadow. Or this shadow. It's clipped, so... I would say the sigma. Should it be larger? Okay, we could fix this clipping here. So here is our function that goes through the chilled widgets. So there is an issue caused by the fact that we are drawing two widgets, one over the other. Okay, in flip-flop, let's change those values. It should be here. It should be here. Hey. Okay, we are actually animating this properly. Okay, this is fine. Okay. Seems decent. It's just the animation itself. We don't want to clip the shadow. Actually, the shadow should be probably like alpha composited between those two different values. Okay, so at least we fixed that. We can now we can fix the colors in the parrot. This looks like a simple thing to fix. Those colors just... they don't seem right. Way too dark. Okay. Shadows. Shadows are kind of annoying. Maybe you can fix them now. Okay, here we have this draw button shadow. Our widgets support something called pre-draw. The whole idea with pre-draw is that this is when we draw shadows. Pre-draw. Now the shadows should be kind of gone. At least for the buttons. Objects will still have shadows now. Okay, buttons are shadow-free. There are no visual glitches anymore. So that's nice. I mean, we still have some. Anyway. Now the shadows are not clipped, but they are, I guess they are drawn many times. Because this function is actually recursive. So maybe if I remove that, Let's make this virtual. Let's move this into a separate file. Okay, so this is the place where we draw child widgets. We don't need those visitors. None of that. Okay, we don't need to do any transforms. Check this out. Now we have this smooth blend between shades. Same here. Okay, so shadow fixing is clipped. Shadow clipping is fixed. There is some weird pixel caves. linear approach is just weird. I will keep it as is, we'll fix this later. So we have one issue with hovering. When mouse hovers over this object, it only hovers over the invisible one. Right now, the front one is invisible.
Knight says,
It looks great, but what I don't understand is how it will work in Black Myth Wukong. For example, in one section, the AI might come from the left, while in another section, the AI might prefer to come from the right.
Yeah, Black Myth Wukong is a very difficult, challenging game. I don't think we'll be able to play it anytime soon. Except those kind of grinding scripts that we used to do. Yeah, to play it well, we would have to do like pretty sophisticated vision planning, something like we could hook it to reinforcement learning, but I don't think it would work great.
In Super Mario, however, everything is fixed. That is specific.
Yeah. You're absolutely right. It's yeah, an AI that can play Black Myth Wukong is more like a research project at this point, but it doesn't stop us from trying.
So at this stage, we can say that it will not work in games that include AI. Wait.
So it doesn't have to play the game by itself. So one way to use AUTOMAT is to just let it play the game end to end, tool-assisted speedruns. But really, using it as a helper, for example, something that watches over your health bar and automatically drinks potions, right? Like a small assistant that can kind of just help you do tiny stuff or execute difficult combos.
Can we try it in a game like Amnesia too?
You mean Amnesia, the Dark Descent? This one?
Yes.
I think so. I think Amnesia is more predictable because I think... I'm not super sure. I don't know how AI works in that game, but I would guess it's more consistent. I remember watching some speedrun where the speedrunner was kind of rushing through the level to meet the AI at a specific kind of cycle that it was going through. So the position of the kind of monsters was predictable in that game.
In Amnesia, there's position triggering. I think it will work well in a game like Amnesia that can be played as a speed run.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
I think we should try Max Payne 2 on Friday. It will be a fun stream.
So the big problem right now is to get the kind of connections working, right? Like right now even the connections are bugged out. There's some part of connection working, but sometimes if I drag it for too long, it just disappears. It's here. Oh, and now it disappeared.
Ooh. Understand. Twat.dy. When does it end?
Hopefully soon, because on the roadmap, okay, we have, I think, fixed that. Nope. Actually, we have not. But okay, things are almost working with buttons. Now we should probably update this timeline button. Oh no, actually I wanted to fix another tiny thing. When I hover over this button, press the button, the new layer doesn't know it's hovered until I move the mouse. Okay, one way to fix this would be to, after we draw everything, we don't need that.
Because I realize this, people watching the stream don't understand what it's for. Even I only figured it out after 2 weeks. But when I watched your Super Mario stream, I completely understood. A YouTube video showing that you can finish Max Payne 2 without using your hands would be great.
It will be very tough though. Like, you remember Mario stream, you remember we had issues with desync. Depending, like, you know, Max Payne is just an example, you know, we could use any game, right? But the issue is that the game has to be very kind of slow, maybe something even turn-based. But even then, that would be just like a pre-recorded macro. I think we will record something like that eventually. Okay. Clicking seems to work.
I still don't understand how the multiple usage works. Will it be like Figma?
With multiple cursors. Kind of, but this is mostly meant for remote access. Not necessarily, like, you can do collaboration in the same environment, but this is something that allows you to like leave your computer alone, and from a different computer you can, you know, design the like how the automation should work.
For what purpose can people use this?
So if you want to automate more stuff on more PCs, for example, to do like actual work, yeah, you don't want to kind of open each PC which is doing the job to kind of edit the like machine running there. This is more, okay, maybe this is not really like a gaming use case, but I feel it's kind of close. So there are tools like remote KVM, or even remote desktop. So if AUTOMAT gets remote access, then it can be used like kind of like a remote desktop, because it's going to be capturing the windows or capturing the desktop and allowing you to kind of create automations that automate it. You could easily automate work on a VM, you know, you could start AUTOMAT on a VM.
Now I understand.
Even for playing games, like doing this stuff remotely, I think it's easier. Because when I was, for example, when I was playing Black Myth Wukong, I kind of had to keep Black Myth Wukong in the foreground, and AUTOMAT was sending events from the background, because when I switched to AUTOMAT, then AUTOMAT was suddenly receiving all those keystrokes, and the game was stopping. So I wasn't really able to like interactively debug this or edit it. Like remote access is like another like way, another kind of mechanism that might allow it. Okay, let's fix the...
Because I couldn't connect this feature to games.
So for games, I think it's kind of more convenient to have the game running on one like machine or one screen, and being able to kind of program it from another screen. So for that reason alone, I think it's just more convenient. Like if you imagine you like actually having a game window and AUTOMAT window, just having to alt tab between them constantly is kind of annoying.
like Google Stadia, or
Yeah, and I kind of want to run AUTOMAT also on headless devices. This may be kind of pretty far-fetched, so this is not related to game automation at all. But this is more of a kind of, because AUTOMAT is also kind of like a visual programming environment. And headless machines, like machines without screen, without keyboard, without mouse, can also run programs. And yeah, those programs can be built remotely on those machines. You know, remote access just opens so many possibilities that it's really hard to...
I understand.
And it could be more lightweight than most other kind of remote desktop approaches. And just, you know, it could have some benefits. Okay, for some reason I cannot click this. I mean, I kind of can, but also not. So let's see. Okay, I just forgot to put it here. Now we can play.
Does the vision you shared in the video about the AUTOMAT project 3 months ago still hold true?
This is this is still a game where you play other games, where you have to kind of finish other games. But I'm also trying to make it. It has to be kind of powerful enough to do more advanced stuff. It kind of has to kind of be a general purpose thingy, because playing games requires a wide range of kind of actions. Sometimes you have to use different classifiers. Yeah.
Sorry, it was 6 months ago.
Yeah, but the idea is still the same. It's still a visual environment for playing games. We're kind of slowly pushing it. I'm not going to make it like a workhorse for remotely accessing computers or running applications. This is not the goal, at least not at this stage. When I bring AUTOMAT to the stage where it can actually play games, then I will think about other harder challenges.
Litfit says,
Will it automatically be able to play games, or will it record human actions and copy them?
It's not even record. Like, the human is going to be... Like, the point is to build a machine that will play a game for you. And how are you going to do this? This is kind of part of the challenge. You may record a macro, or you may use like different objects that will be more intelligently driving the game, like some very basic visual recognition, OCR, stuff like that.
Knight says,
By the way, did you prepare that video in a year?
A couple of months, but yeah, it took some time. Making videos for YouTube is a lot of work.
Litfit says,
I imagine someone finished a game in, let's say, 3 hours, and then he is like, I wanna beat it with AUTOMAT. And you will make a whole big program in tens of hours just to look at his art later.
Yeah, kind of. I think platformers could be automated pretty well, like Celeste.
This can be really fun.
Or Hollow Knight. Why does it say paused?
Knight says,
But it was a very nice video. The music playing in the background was perfect for the video too.
Litfit says,
I wonder if some YouTuber will do a hitless boss run with it. That would be wild.
Thanks, Knight. Yeah, it's nice to hear that. Okay, that was the issue. can play and pause. Shadow is slightly too far. Yeah. Okay, I think there is a hacky solution. That wasn't everything. We now have to actually use that. Nice. There is still an issue. It flips suddenly. To post, but we can fix this. I can also put const here. Let's Let's update the const everywhere. Okay, we have to initialize it. That was probably the issue. Oh yeah, we also had this field rec, so we can use that. Apparently it's unused. That's fine. Okay, actually, during today's stream, we didn't do almost nothing. We did a massive refactoring. I think we fixed this flip-flop, but we forgot about this key presser invalidation. And that stuff we should fix on the next stream. Today I am finishing. It's getting late already. Okay guys, see you next time. Bye.
Knight says,
Have a nice day.